Daedalus had been counting the days. 743 since King Minos had locked them in the tower. 743 sunrises, watched through the single window that faced east across the wine-dark sea. He had stopped telling Icarus the number. The boy was only 14. But there was no point frightening him with the weight of time. But today was different. Today, Daedalus knelt on the stone floor, with the last of the feathers spread before him like a puzzle. Gull feathers, dove feathers, even the black pinions of crows that had been foolish enough to land on their window ledge. Beside them sat the bowl of wax he had saved from their evening candles, melted and ready. "Will it work?" Icarus asked. He was crouched beside his father, close enough that Daedalus could smell the sea salt in his hair. "It has to." Daedalus didn't look up. His hands moved with the precision of a craftsman who had built labyrinths for kings, who had once been the most celebrated inventor in all of Greece. Before the imprisonment, before everything had gone wrong, the wings were almost beautiful. Each feather overlapped the next, small ones at the edge, larger ones forming the powerful sweep of the arc. They looked fragile. They looked impossible. I'm frightened," Icarus whispered. Finally, Daedalus met his son's eyes. "Good," he said. "Fear will keep you alive." But even as he spoke these words, Daedalus wondered if he actually believed them. Because he had seen the way Icarus watched the gulls. The hunger in his face, the longing, and he knew that fear and wonder were not the same thing. The tower had become their world, 20 paces from wall to wall, 32 if you counted diagonally, which Icarus sometimes did when the boredom became unbearable. There was a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a bucket in the corner that the guards emptied once a day. The window was their only mercy, and Minos had probably considered it a cruelty. After all, what greater torture than to show a man freedom he could never reach? Daedalus had built the labyrinth for Minos, a maze so complex, so utterly without logic or pattern, that anything trapped inside would wander forever. The king had commissioned it to house the Minotaur, the monster born of his wife's shameful union with a bull. Daedalus had done his work too well. When Theseus arrived from Athens and somehow navigated the maze to kill the beast, Minos had blamed Daedalus. The inventor knew too much, had told too many secrets. The king had come to the tower only once in those first days. Tall, cruel-faced, with eyes like chips of flint. "You built my greatest treasure," Minos had said, "and you gave away its secrets. Now, you will pay the price of betrayal." "I told no one," Daedalus had protested. "Theseus must have..." "Theseus is a hero. Heroes find ways. But you, Daedalus, you are merely a man who thought himself clever. Clever men who cannot keep secrets are better locked away." The king had turned to leave, then paused at the door. "Your son shares your prison because he shares your blood. Perhaps watching him waste away will teach you the cost of loose tongues." That had been 2 years ago. Icarus had been 12 then, still a child. Now he was taller than Daedalus, the first shadow of a beard on his jaw, but his eyes still held that boyish light, that belief that somehow everything would work out, that his father would fix things. Daedalus prayed he was right. So the tower had become their labyrinth, a simple one, but just as inescapable. "Why can't we just climb down?" Icarus had asked in the first weeks. "The stones should have cracks, handholds." Daedalus had pulled him to the window, forced him to look down. The tower stood on a cliff that dropped 200 feet to rocks and churning foam. Even if they survived the climb, the coast was watched. Minos' soldiers patrolled every beach, every inlet. Every ship that left Crete was searched. "He controls the land and the sea," Daedalus had said. "Cannot walk or sail away." "Then how?" Icarus had demanded. Daedalus had looked up at the gulls circling overhead. "There is only one path. One path Minos does not own. That had been the beginning. At first, it had seemed insane. Catching feathers was easy enough. Birds were careless things, always molting, always leaving pieces of themselves behind. But building something that could carry a man? The mathematics alone had consumed months. Weight and surface area, wingspan and velocity, air resistance and lift ratios. Daedalus worked the calculations in his head while the guards brought their meals. He scratched figures into the stone floor with bits of charcoal, then wiped them away before anyone could see. At night, while Icarus slept, he tested the flexibility of different feathers, the adhesive properties of wax mixed with thread and resin. The guards never suspected. Why would they? The tower was escape-proof. No man could fly. "You're building wings," Icarus had said one morning. Daedalus had nodded. "Yes." "Like the birds?" "Better than the birds. Birds are born knowing how to fly. We will have to learn." The boy's eyes had lit with something Daedalus recognized and feared. Excitement. That reckless, hungry thing that made young men throw themselves at impossible dreams. Daedalus had felt it once, long ago. Before wisdom and age had taught him that some dreams were meant to remain forever out of reach. The construction had taken months. First, a frame of willow branches found in the straw of their mattresses. Daedalus bent the wood slowly, carefully, shaping it into the elegant curve of a bird's wing. He studied the gulls that came to the window, memorized the angle of their primaries, the spacing of their coverts. Then the careful arrangement of feathers, each one sewn and glued with absolute precision. Too much wax, and the wings would be too heavy. Too little, and they would fall apart. It was about balance. Icarus helped. His young fingers were nimbler than Daedalus's ancient ones, better suited to the delicate work. They labored in silence mostly, speaking only when necessary. What were they to say? They both understood what failure meant. A fall. Broken bodies on the rocks below. Death was everywhere in their work. And the feathers plucked from dead birds. The suffocating smell of melted wax. In the knowledge that they were building their own execution device if the wings failed. But of course, the alternative was to die slowly in the tower, to let the years consume them. Daedalus had not built the labyrinth, had not been the greatest inventor in Greece, only to rot away in a stone cage. Winter passed, spring came. The wings took shape. 2 pairs, each nearly 6 feet from tip to tip, magnificent and terrible. Works of genius or madness. Daedalus was no longer certain which. When? Icarus asked as his father attached the final feathers. Tomorrow, Daedalus said. At dawn, the guards will be tired from their night watch. The thermals will be rising from the cliffs. And then we're free. Daedalus tied off the last thread. And then we fly. That night, neither of them slept. Icarus lay staring at the ceiling, and Daedalus could hear the quick, nervous rhythm of his breathing. The boy was terrified. But when Daedalus closed his eyes, all he could see was his son falling, tumbling through empty air, the wings coming apart, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He opened his eyes, stared at the darkness. Tomorrow, one way or another, tomorrow would end this. Dawn came cold and clear. The sun was a red wound on the eastern horizon, bleeding light across the sea. Daedalus had not slept. He had spent the night running through every calculation, every possible failure point. The wings lay beside the bed, waiting. Icarus woke and said nothing, for there was nothing left to say. They strapped the wings on in silence. Leather harnesses across the chest and shoulders, the weight distributed carefully to keep balance. The willow frame rested against their backs, the wings extending out and down. When young Icarus spread his arms, the feathers caught the morning light and shimmered. Daedalus adjusted the straps on his son's harness, pulling them tight. His hands were shaking. When did they start shaking? Listen to me, Daedalus said. This is the most important thing I will ever tell you. Icarus met his father's eyes. In that moment, Daedalus saw everything. The boy he had taught to walk. The child who had played in the workshop, asking endless questions, touching everything with curious fingers. The son who had laughed and built toy ships and never imagined he would one day be trapped in a tower. A young man he would die to protect. The wings are fragile, Daedalus continued. More fragile than they look. If you fly too low, the sea spray will soak the feathers. They will become heavy, waterlogged. You will fall, do you understand? Icarus nodded. But if you fly too high, Daedalus reached out, gripped his son's shoulder. If you fly too high, the sun will melt the wax. The heat will soften it. The feathers will come apart. You will fall just as surely. Do you understand? I understand. Then repeat it back to me. Not too low, not too high. The middle path, Daedalus said. That is the only way. Stay close to me, follow my lead. Do not try to go faster or higher. Do not let excitement overcome caution. Promise me. I promise. But Daedalus heard the eagerness beneath the words. He pulled his son close, embracing him, despite the awkward bulk of the wings. I love you, Daedalus said. More than anything in this world, I love you. More than my own life, I love you. Remember that when you feel the wind beneath the wings. Remember that I would give anything to keep you safe. Icarus hugged him, fierce and tight. I'll be careful, I promise. I'll stay right behind you. They climbed onto the window ledge together. The drop yawned beneath them, dizzying and final. Daedalus felt his heart hammering against his ribs. This was the moment. Life or death, freedom or oblivion. The wind gusted up from below, and the wings trembled with it. Alive, almost eager. "On three," he said. "Father, on three. 1. The wind gusted up from the cliffs, lifting the feathers. 2. Icarus spread his wings. They caught the light, magnificent and impossible. 3. They jumped. 'For one terrible, eternal moment, there was only falling. The tower rushed past, the cliff face blurred. The rocks below seemed to leap up toward them, hungry and sharp. Daedalus spread his wings and felt nothing, just air rushing past. And he thought, "I have killed us both. I have murdered my own son with arrogance and pride." Then the wings bit into the air, and they were flying. The change was instantaneous and absolute. One moment, falling to their deaths. The next, suspended in the air, held aloft by feathers and wax and the mathematics of lift. Daedalus felt his stomach lurch as the wings caught, felt the sudden, impossible sensation of rising instead of falling. His arms strained with the effort of holding position, of keeping the wings extended. Below, the rocks and foam seemed close enough to touch. Then they were rising, climbing, the tower falling away beneath them. They were flying. It defied everything, physics and logic and common sense. The wings held, the air pushed back against the feathers, and they rose, turned, banked away from Crete. "Father," Icarus' voice carried across the wind. "We're flying. We're actually flying." Daedalus looked over and saw his son suspended against the sky. Wings spread wide, face split with a grin of pure, uncomplicated joy. For a moment, all the fear fell away. The island dropped away behind them. The tower became a toy, then a dot, then nothing. The sea spread out below, endless and blue and hypnotic. Birds wheeled alongside them, curious about these strange new members of their domain. Daedalus could hear their cries, sharp and wild. He settled into a rhythm, push down with the arms, catch the air, glide. A gentle beat, steady and controlled, not too fast, not too much effort. Conserve strength. They had miles to go before they reached the mainland, and these wings were fragile things. One wrong move, one moment of carelessness, and it would all be over. He glanced at Icarus. The boy was following, keeping pace, learning, adapting. Good. They would make it. They would actually make it. The sun climbed higher in the sky, warm on Daedalus's back. An hour passed. Then, too, the exhilaration of escape faded into the hard work of flight. Daedalus's arms ached. His shoulders burned with the constant effort. Sweat ran down his face, stinging his eyes, but the pain was distant, unimportant. Freedom was a powerful anesthetic. He checked on Icarus regularly. The boy was managing well, his youth giving him stamina that Daedalus's aging body lacked. Icarus's movements were growing more confident, more fluid. He was mastering the technique faster than Daedalus had dared hope. They flew at a steady altitude, perhaps 100 feet above the waves, high enough to avoid the spray, low enough that the sun's heat was distant. The middle path, safe, controlled. It was then that Daedalus noticed something. Icarus was drifting, not behind, but up. Gradually, the boy was climbing higher. Icarus, Daedalus called out. The wind snatched away his words, but the boy should have heard. Icarus, stay level with me. The boy looked over and waved. Casual gesture, almost dismissive. But he didn't descend. Daedalus felt the first flutter of real fear. Icarus, come down. This time the boy didn't even look. His wings beat faster, more confidently. He was rising, pulling away, climbing toward the open sky above, and Daedalus understood. His son had tasted freedom, and like all young men who discover power, Icarus wanted more, higher, faster, further. The boy was drunk on flight. Icarus, Daedalus's voice cracked with desperation. Remember what I told you, the wax. But his words were swallowed by wind and distance. Icarus climbed higher, his wings catching thermals. catching him, carrying him up with terrifying ease. He was laughing. Daedalus could see it in the arch of his back, the abandon of his movements. The boy had stopped thinking about danger, stopped remembering the warnings. The boy had forgotten fear. Daedalus tried to follow, tried to climb up after him, but his old arms wouldn't cooperate. Each beat of the wings sent fire through his shoulders. He couldn't match his son's ascent. He could only watch as Icarus rose higher and higher, a dark shape against the brightening sky. Please, Icarus, please come down. The sun beat down, merciless and hot. Icarus had never felt anything like this. The wind was alive, a living thing carrying him up and up and up. Every beat of his wings sent him higher. With each foot of altitude, the world transformed. The sea was no longer a presence, but an abstraction, a blue carpet far below. The islands were scattered like dice. Everything small and perfect and utterly insignificant. Up here, he was not a prisoner, not a boy, not the son of a disgraced inventor. Up here, he was a god. The fear he had felt in the tower, the terror of that first leap seemed absurd now. His father had worried too much. The wings were strong, the wax held. And Icarus was young and capable and filled with a wild, singing joy that demanded expression. The gulls seemed earthbound now, clumsy and slow. He climbed past them easily, his wings strong and sure. Higher, there was no limit, no ceiling, just endless sky and the sun beckoning above, bright and beautiful. He heard his father's voice, faint and distant, but the words didn't matter, couldn't matter, because this was what men were meant to be. Not crawling on the ground, not locked in towers, not living in fear, but soaring, free, unlimited. The air was thin, as high, cold. The sun was so warm, so inviting. Icarus spread his wings wider, reaching for the light. Just a little higher. Just a little closer. So close now. Oh, so bright, so beautiful and warm, so warm. Icarus spread his wings wider, reaching for the light. And that's when he felt it. The drop, warm and liquid. It landed on his wrist, golden in the sunlight. Wax. He looked down at his wings and saw more drops falling from the joints where the feathers met the frame. Melting. The wax was melting. His father had warned him, had told him exactly that this would happen. And he had not listened. Fear cut through the euphoria like a knife. He tried to level off, to descend, but his movements were panicked now. Clumsy almost, more wax dripped away. Feathers loosened, fluttered free, spinning away on the wind like golden leaves. Father! He beat his wings harder, but that only made it worse. The motion squeezed more wax from the joints, accelerated the disintegration. The wax softened, ran, dripped away in golden tears. Feathers peeled away in clumps. The right wing lost its shape first, sagging, collapsing inward. Father! And then he was falling. The sky that had been his kingdom became his tomb. The air that had carried him up now screamed past as he plummeted. A terrible shriek that had filled his ears. He clawed at the wings, tried to spread them, but they were coming apart, becoming nothing but scattered feathers and useless straps of wood. The sea rushed up to meet him, blue and hard and final. He had time for one last thought. His father had loved him, had built these wings to save him, had warned him, pleaded with him to stay safe. And Icarus had not listened. The impact drove the air from his lungs. The sea was cold, so cold after the warmth of the sun. He tried to swim, but the harness weighed him down, the useless frame of the wings dragging him under. Water filled his mouth, his nose, his lungs. He thrashed, desperate, but the surface was already distant. The light was fading. Above him, through the churning blue, he could still see the sun. Still bright, still beautiful, still impossibly far away. The water closed over him, and the world went dark. Daedalus saw the wings come apart, saw his son fall. The scream that tore from his throat was not a sound he recognized as his own. It was animal. It was primal. He dove, angling his wings, dropping as fast as he dared, but it was too late. He knew it was too late even as he fell. He saw Icarus hit the water, saw the splash, saw him disappear beneath the surface. No. Daedalus landed on the water moments later, his wings dragging him down, until he managed to unbuckle the harness with shaking fingers. He let the wings go, watched them float away, and dove under. The salt stung his eyes, but he kept them open. There, a flash of movement, a pale hand drifting in the current. He grabbed Icarus, pulled him to the surface, kicking with legs that felt like lead. His son's body was limp, heavy. Daedalus gulped. Again, searching for something, anything to help them float. There, a piece of wing frame still buoyant. He dragged Icarus to it, pulled him onto the makeshift raft, pushed on his chest, breathed in his mouth. But even as he did, he knew. The boy's eyes were open and empty. Water leaked from the corners of his mouth. His lips were blue, and there was no pulse in his neck, no breath in his lungs. No, Daedalus said. No. He pressed harder on his son's chest, breathed again and again. His hands slipped on Icarus's wet skin. The wood beneath them rocked with the waves. Please, he whispered. Please come back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But Icarus remained still. The light had gone from his eyes. Breath left his body. The boy who had laughed in flight was gone. Daedalus howled, a sound of pure anguish that carried across the empty sea. A sound that had no words, because words could not contain this grief. This loss, this crushing absolute horror. He had escaped the tower, but he had lost everything that made freedom worthwhile. The island where Daedalus buried his son was small and unnamed. A rocky outcrop, barely 100 paces across, with nothing but scrub grass and salt spray. Later, men would call it Icaria, but on that day it was just a place of stones and wind and a father's grief. Daedalus dug the grave with his bare hands, not even stopping when his fingers bled. The earth was thin, rocky, but he dug until the hole was deep enough. Deep enough that the sea wouldn't wash his son away. Deep enough that Icarus could rest. He laid the boy in the earth gently, as if he might wake. Arranged his hands across his chest, closed those eyes staring with trembling fingers. "I told you," Daedalus whispered. "I told you to stay with me. The middle path. Why? Why didn't you listen?" But he knew why. Because Icarus had been 14, and young, full of wonder. Because the sky had been beautiful and freedom intoxicating. Because youth always believes itself immortal. Because the first taste of power is the sweetest poison. Because Daedalus had given him wings and not understood what that gift would mean to a boy who had spent 2 years in a cage. "I should have made them weaker," Daedalus said. "Should have built them so they couldn't fly so high. Should have found another way, any other way. But there was no other way." He covered Icarus with earth and stones. Each handful felt like a betrayal. Each rock placed was another seal on the tomb. When it was finished, he marked the grave with a piece of driftwood, bleached white by sun and salt. The sun was setting now, painting the sky the color of blood and fire. Daedalus sat beside the grave and watched the light fade. He could still fly. The wings that had washed up on the shore were damaged but repairable. He could make it to Sicily, to the mainland, to freedom. But what did freedom matter now? As the stars came out, Daedalus stood. He looked at the grave one last time, memorizing the shape of it, the placement of the stones. Then he turned away. He would reach Sicily eventually. He would live for many more years. He would build many more things. Kings would commission his work. His inventions would be celebrated. His name would live forever. But he would never build wings again. Some things were not meant to fly, some dreams were too dangerous to pursue, and some lessons could only be learned in the moment, after it was too late to matter. Daedalus had reached for freedom and found it. But the price had been paid by his son, by the boy who trusted him, who had believed his father could save them both. And he would carry that weight for the rest of his days. Every dawn would remind him of that morning in the tower. Every bird in flight would be a ghost. Every father with his son would be a knife in his heart. He had escaped the labyrinth of stone, but the labyrinth of guilt would hold him forever. The wine turned to vinegar in the cellars of Ithaca 20 years ago. 20 harvests came and went since Odysseus kissed his wife's forehead and sailed toward Troy. And still, the amphora sat untouched, growing sour in the dark. Above them, in the great hall where once a king held court, men who never earned the right to sit at his table sprawled like conquerors, gnawing meat from the bone and wiping grease on tapestries that took years to weave. They called themselves suitors, these 100-odd parasites. But Penelope knew what they really were. Scavengers, picking clean the bones of a kingdom they believed had no protector. The palace that once rang with laughter now echoed with coarse jokes and breaking pottery. They had turned the great hall into a tavern, the treasure rooms into personal storehouses, the sacred hearth into a place where they roasted stolen cattle. But Penelope was Icarus's daughter, born with winter in her blood and iron in her spine. She had learned to smile with her mouth, while her eyes stayed dead. To pour wine for men she'd gladly poison. I weave a shroud for old Laertes, she told them, when they pressed too close. When it's finished, I'll choose among you. But every night she climbed to her chamber and picked apart the day's work, thread by thread, buying time with her fingers' secret rebellion. In the courtyard, her son, Telemachus, practiced with a sword that felt too heavy in his hands. 20 years old, with his father's dark eyes, but not yet his father's certainty. He swung at straw targets, while the suitors mocked him mercilessly. This boy, playing at being a warrior. This child, who flinched when they cursed his father's name and called him bastard. Late at night, when the palace finally quieted, he stood at the harbor's edge and searched the horizon for sails that never came. He'd worn a path in the stone there, pacing while he practiced speeches he'd give when his father returned. Speeches of welcome, of explanation, of forgiveness for failing to protect what should have been protected. The gods watched this slow dissolution. Athena, grey eyes, sharpened her attention on this house of women and shadows. And far beneath the wine-dark waves, Poseidon, Earthshaker, remembered an insult 20 years old, nurturing his rage like a man tends fire through winter. The stranger came at twilight, a travel-stained warrior with calloused hands and eyes like struck flint. She claimed her name was Mentes, but something in her voice reminded Telemachus of bronze striking bronze, of owls calling in the night. "I knew your father," she said quietly. "Sailed with him to Troy. He's alive. He's alive somewhere beyond the sunset, held against his will on an island that doesn't appear on any map. He thinks of home every day, counts the waves like a prisoner counts stones in his cell wall. The words hit him like a fist to the chest. After 20 years of maybe, someone finally spoke with certainty. What can I do? I'm nobody." Her laugh was sharp as breaking glass. "You're the son of the man who built the horse that broke Troy's walls. Being nobody is a choice you don't have to make." When dawn came, she was gone, leaving only embers smoldering in his chest. That morning, Telemachus called the first assembly Ithaca had seen in 20 years. Men gathered slowly in the old agora, where weeds grew between ancient stones. "My father's house is being destroyed," he said, his voice gaining strength. "These men who call themselves suitors eat us into poverty, insult my mother with their presence, mock the guest right that makes us civilized." The suitors laughed, cruel and dismissive. Antinous, their leader, stood with wine staining his beard. "Listen to the puppy bark. Where's your father to defend his own house? 20 years gone, Face the truth. Your mother needs a husband, and Ithaca needs a king. The assembly dispersed without resolution. But that night, Telemachus found Eurycleia, the old nurse, in the storeroom. "Pack provisions," he told her, quietly. "Enough for a long journey." She studied his face in the lamplight. She saw something that wasn't there yesterday. A hardness that cut through his boyish uncertainty. "He's in you," she said finally. "I can see him in your eyes." Before dawn, while the suitors snored in their stolen beds, Telemachus slipped to the harbor, where Athenia waited with a ship and crew. The vessel cut through the black water toward the mainland, carrying him toward the truth about his father. Old Nestor received him like a son in Pylos. "Cleverness," the white-haired king said, eyes bright with memory. "That was your father's gift. When we couldn't take Troy by force, it was Odysseus who thought of the horse." But Nestor's news was 20 years stale. In Sparta, Menelaus and Helen gave him harder truths. The palace gleamed with wealth beyond imagining, and Helen herself served him wine. For one moment he understood how kingdoms could fall for the touch of her hand. "Your father was the best of us," Menelaus said. "When we were ready to give up, he found a way forward." Helen's voice was honey over stone. "The last I heard, he was held prisoner by Calypso the nymph on Ogygia, the island. 7 years now. She loves him, but love can be its own prison." After 20 years of maybe, Telemachus finally had where his father lived. His father could be found. Meanwhile, far across the wide dark sea, Odysseus sat on black rocks and counted waves. 7 years he'd been Calypso's prisoner. 7 years since his ship broke apart in Poseidon's storm. The island was paradise, fruit trees bearing year-round, springs of pure water, caves lined with soft moss. But paradise for Odysseus was just another kind of prison. Calypso was beautiful in the way forces of nature are beautiful, terrible and perfect. She was Atlas's daughter. Something cosmic lived in her eyes. She offered immortality, eternal youth, freedom from pain. All he had to do was forget. But forgetting was impossible. Every morning he climbed to Ogygia's highest point and stared toward where Ithaca lay invisible. He thought of Penelope, and he wondered if she remembered his voice. He thought of Telemachus, and tried to imagine the man his baby son had become. The day Hermes arrived, Odysseus was carving another mark in his driftwood calendar. 2,555 days since Troy fell. Zeus commands it, Hermes told Calypso. The mortal must be released. Calypso wept silver tears, but helped him build a raft. For 17 days Odysseus worked like a man possessed, then pushed off with stars as his guide. Poseidon found him on the 19th day. The storm came from everywhere. Waves tall as mountains, wind that screamed like the damned. For 3 days he fought the sea that wanted to claim him, refusing to drown because drowning meant never seeing home. The island of Scheria rose from the dawn like salvation. He crawled onto its beach, more dead than alive. Princess Nausicaa found him by the river, and her courage led him to her father's palace. In King Alcinous's hall, Odysseus sat as honored guest among the magical Phaeacians. When Queen Arete asked for his story, he felt the old storyteller's power rise in him. My name is Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca. After we sacked Troy, I thought the hardest part was over. I was wrong. The first disasters came swiftly. At Ismarus, his men grew drunk on victory, while the Siscones, called mountain allies, 6 men from every ship, died by sunset. The Lotus Eaters offered flowers that erased memory of home. 3 scouts had to be carried back weeping, begging to stay where nothing hurt because nothing mattered. But the greatest trial waited in the land of the Cyclops. Seeking provisions, Odysseus and 12 men found a cave filled with massive cheese wheels and the overwhelming smell of livestock. The cave's owner returned at sunset. Polyphemus, son of Poseidon, tall as 2 men with one eye, like a burning coal in his forehead. Strangers, the Cyclops rumbled. Who are you to enter my home uninvited? Odysseus stepped forward, trying to remember the proper words for guest right. We are Greeks, sailing home from Troy. We ask for hospitality in the name of Zeus, protector of guests. Polyphemus laughed, a sound like rockfall. Zeus. The Cyclops care nothing for Zeus or his laws. We are older than his justice. Without warning, he snatched up 2 men and dashed their brains out against the cave wall, then ate them like grapes, while their companions watched in paralyzed horror. The giant rolled a boulder across the cave mouth, a stone no dozen men could move, and settled down to sleep, his belly full of human flesh. Odysseus lay in the dark, listening to his men weep, feeling the old weight of command settle on his shoulders. 12 men looked to him for salvation, and he had until dawn to find it. The plan came like a gift from Athenia. In the corner lay a massive olive branch, thick as a ship's mast. While Polyphemus slept, they sharpened one end to a wicked point and hardened it in the fire, working in terrified silence while the giant's snores shook dust from the cave walls. Morning brought fresh horror. 2 more men snatched up and devoured. But when evening came, Odysseus was ready with wine from his ship's stores. Strong and unmixed, potent as liquid courage. Great Polyphemus, he said, offering the bowl with steady hands, despite the terror coursing through his veins. Taste this gift from the gods, sweeter than any drink you know. The Cyclops drank deep and demanded more. The wine was stronger than anything from the islands, and soon Polyphemus swayed like a tree in a winter gale. You're not like other men, stranger, the giant slurred, wine running down his chin. What do they call you? My name, Odysseus said carefully, each word chosen like a sword stroke, is nobody. Nobody is what men call me. Polyphemus laughed his grinding laugh. Then, here's my gift to you, nobody. I'll eat you last, out of all of your friends. That's the hospitality I offer. When the Cyclops finally collapsed in wine-heavy sleep, Odysseus and 6 men lifted the olive stake. The point was sharp as any spear, hard as any iron from the fire's heat. Together, they drove it deep to Polyphemus's single eye, twisting it like a ship builder bores wood, grinding through the socket until the eye burst like a grape. The giant scream could have woken the dead, a sound of pain and rage that shook stones from the cave ceiling. He clawed at his ruined eye, the blood streaming between his fingers, and roared for his brothers with a voice that split the night. What ails you, Polyphemus? Came voices from outside. Why do you cry out? Nobody is killing me, he bellowed, still grinding his palms against the burning socket. Nobody burns out my eye. Well, if nobody's hurting you, there's nothing we can do, his brothers called back. Pray to your father if you're troubled by divine sickness. And they left him alone with his agony. Come morning, Polyphemus rolled the stone away to let his sheep out to pasture, but sat in the doorway, feeling for escaping men. His hands, still sticky with his own blood, moved carefully over each animal. Odysseus had one last trick. He and his surviving men tied themselves beneath the woolly bellies of the largest rams. The blind giant felt each beast as it passed, even spoke lovingly to his favorite. Never knowing, he stroked the head of the ram that carried his tormentor to freedom. They should have sailed away then, quickly and quietly. But Odysseus, drunk on his own cleverness, made the mistake that would haunt him for 10 years. When they were just out of stone-throwing range, he stood in the ship's stern and called back to shore. "Cyclops, if anyone asks who put out your eye, tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca." Polyphemus lifted his hands to the sky, blood still streaming from his ruined socket. "Father Poseidon, Earth-shaker, Lord of horses, if I am truly your son, grant me this. Let Odysseus never reach his home. Or if the fates decree he must, let him arrive late and alone, with all his companions dead." The sea god heard his son's prayer. The disasters that followed came like waves in a storm. Aeolus, king of the winds, gave him a leather bag containing all contrary winds. But his men opened it from curiosity when home was in sight. The released storms blew them back to the unknown. The Laestrygonians were giant cannibals who smashed 11 ships against their cliffs, devouring the crews while they screamed. Only Odysseus' vessel escaped. On Aea, sorceress Circe turned his scouting party into pigs with drugged wine and magic words. But Hermes gave Odysseus a flower called Molly that protected him from her spells. When her magic failed, he drew his sword and threatened her life. She laughed like silver bells. "You must be Odysseus. Hermes told me you might come this way." Circe became lover and guide, but her counsel carried a terrible price. To reach Ithaca, you must go where no living man has gone, to the entrance of Hades itself, and speak with the dead prophet, Tiresias. Only he can tell you how to appease Poseidon's wrath. And so, at the world's edge, where 3 rivers of the dead converged in eternal gloom, Odysseus dug a pit and filled it with sacrificial blood. The spirits came like moths to a flame, desperate for the taste of life. Among them, Tiresias appeared, voice like wind through dry leaves. When you reach Helios's island, you'll find cattle with golden horns. Do not touch them. Those beasts are the sun god's children. Kill them, and you'll reach home alone, if at all. He spoke with his mother, Anticlia, who died of grief waiting for his return, with Agamemnon murdered by his faithless wife, with Achilles, who told him that being alive as a slave was better than ruling over all the dead. The final trials came in swift succession. They sailed past the sirens, whose song promised knowledge of all things, but led men to their deaths. Odysseus stopped his men's ears with wax and had them bind him to the mast. The voices were honey, silver, singing of Troy's fall and secrets hidden in time's depths. He strained against his bonds until the ropes cut his flesh, begged his men to free him with tears streaming down his face. But they rode on with death determination. Between Scylla and Charybdis, he chose the lesser evil. The six-headed monster struck like lightning, 6 necks darting down from the heights, 6 mouths seizing 6 men. Odysseus heard their screams, saw them lifted struggling toward the cave, and forced himself to keep rowing. To stop was to lose them all. The worst sound wasn't their screaming, but the silence after. On Thrinacia, storms trapped them for a month, while stores dwindled. The sun god's cattle grazed nearby. Beautiful beasts, with hides like bronze and horns like gold, fat and perfectly tame. When Odysseus went apart to pray for divine guidance, his starving men saw their chance. They killed the finest bull, while their captain prayed in the hills. The beast's blood hadn't even cooled when the sky began to darken at midday. The meat on their spits lowed like living cattle, and the hides crawled across the grounds as if trying to escape. When they sailed from Thrinacia, Zeus was waiting. The sky split open with a thunderbolt that turned their ship to splinters and their men to corpses. Odysseus alone survived, clinging to mast and keel lashed together, riding the storm for 9 days, until the current carried him to Calypso's shore. And there I remained 7 years. He finished, looking around the hall where his audience sat spellbound, until Zeus heard Athena. He heard her pleas for my release. King Alcinous sat silent for a long moment, then rose from his throne. Lord Odysseus, you have suffered enough. Tomorrow, my swiftest ship will carry you home. The Phaeacian ship moved like a dolphin through wine-dark sea. Odysseus slept like a child and woke on an unknown beach, surrounded by gifts from his hosts. A young shepherd sat nearby. Those boyish features hid eyes gray as winter storms. Welcome home, Odysseus of Ithaca, Athena said, dropping her disguise. She showed him the sacred spring that proved he was truly home, and touched his face to transform his features. Hair turning gray, shoulders bending with false years. Your house is a battlefield. More than 100 suitors feast in your hall, pressing your wife to choose a husband. Learn their weaknesses. And so, in this disguise, Odysseus found Eumaeus, the swineherd, loyalty pure as spring water. The man welcomed the beggar with kingly hospitality, never knowing he served his true master. When Telemachus returned from his journey, Athena stripped away the disguise. Father and son wept across 20 years of separation, then planned their revenge. The next day, Odysseus approached his own palace as a beggar seeking alms. In the courtyard lay his old hunting dog, Argos, now grey-muzzled and flea-beaten, too weak to lift his head. But his tail thumped once against the ground when he caught his master's scent. His eyes brightened with recognition before they closed together. "20 years of faithful waiting ended in a moment of joy. Inside the great hall, The suitors sprawled at their feet, loud and careless in their assumed triumph. Odysseus moved among them like a shadow, accepting scraps and enduring insults, learning their faces and measuring their strength. Antinous threw a footstool at him. Eurymachus mocked his beggar's rags. They saw only what they expected. A broken old man, harmless and pathetic. Penelope called him to her chamber to question him about his travels, hoping for news of her lost husband. "Have you perhaps heard news of Odysseus in your wanderings?" she asked. Her voice steady despite the hope flickering in her eyes. "I have indeed," the disguised king replied. "I met him not long ago, and he spoke of his longing for home. He will return soon, lady, before this month ends. He will stir in this very hall." When old Eurycleia came to wash the beggar's feet, her fingers found the old scar from a boar's tusk, the mark she dressed when he was still a boy learning to hunt. Her eyes went wide with shock and recognition. "You are," she began, but Odysseus caught her wrist. "Silence," he whispered. "Silence. If you truly love me, say nothing until the time is right." The next morning, Penelope made an announcement. It sent excitement rippling through the hall. "I have decided," she said, her voice carrying to every corner. "Whichever of you can string the great bow of Odysseus and shoot an arrow through the 12 axe heads set in a line, that man I will marry." The bow was a thing of legend, a weapon fit for heroes, massive, difficult even for its master. Telemachus carried it into the hall, along with a quiver of arrows, and the suitors laughed and boasted, each certain he would claim the prize. One by one, they tried. One by one, they failed. Antinous strained until his face went purple, muscles bulging as he fought the stubborn weapon. Eurymachus heated it by the fire, greased the string with tallow, cursed and threatened. The bow remained as rigid as iron. Strong men who could bend bronze struggled and sweated, while their companions jeered, but none could so much as notch the string. "Let me try," said the beggar from his corner. The suitors exploded in laughter that filled the hall like the braying of donkeys. "Listen to that old fool," Antinous shouted, wine flying from his lips. "What makes you think you can succeed where we have failed?" But Penelope silenced them with a look that could have frozen summer wine. "Let him try. What harm can it do?" Odysseus took the bow in his scarred hands and examined it. He tested the string, checked the curve of the horn, and checked the wood. He smiled at the feel of the weapon he had carried for so many years. The bow was warm in his grip, familiar as his own heartbeat. Then, with no visible effort, with the casual ease of a man picking up a walking stick, he bent the great bow and strung it in one smooth motion. The hall fell silent as a tomb. Even the servants stopped their work to stare. He knocked an arrow and drew the string back to his ear, the bronze point gleaming in the firelight. The shot was perfect. The arrow whistled through all 12 axe heads with room to spare, the bronze singing as it flew. Before the echo of the shot faded, he had knocked another arrow and was drawing the bow again. "Now," he said, his voice cutting through the sudden quiet like a blade through silk, "for a target that has never been missed." The arrow took Antinous through the throat as he lifted a cup of wine to his lips. The bronze point burst from the back of his neck in a spray of blood. He toppled backward, the cup spinning away to ring against the stone floor, wine mixing with blood in a spreading pool. The other suitors leaped to their feet in panic and confusion, overturning tables, scrambling for weapons that weren't there. "Stranger, you've killed our friend. You'll pay for this mistake with your life." "No mistake," Odysseus said, throwing off his beggar's rags to reveal the man beneath, scarred by sun and battle, marked by 20 years of wandering. unmistakably the king they had tried to replace. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, and you have devoured my substance, dishonored my house, and persecuted my wife. Today, you pay the price. Telemachus appeared at his side, armed with spear and sword, and together they blocked the doors, while Eumaeus and another loyal servant brought weapons from the storeroom. What followed was not a battle, but slaughter. Methodical, merciless, inevitable as the tide. The suitors, trapped and weaponless, fell like wheat before the scythe. Odysseus shot arrow after arrow in their ranks, while his son fought beside him with the fury of youth finally given purpose. Some tried to rush the doors and died with bronze in their backs. Others cowered behind overturned tables and died there like mice in their holes. A few begged for mercy, claiming they had never wanted to harm anyone. But mercy was a luxury, 20 years in the making. And the debt was too large for forgiveness. When the last suitor lay dead, silence fell over the hall like a shroud. The great room that had echoed with laughter and boasting now held only the quiet drip of blood from the rafters, a whisper of settling dust. But the greatest test still waited. Penelope came down to the hall where bodies lay scattered and looked at the man who claimed to be her husband. 20 years changes more than coastlines, and she had learned to be cautious of hope that had disappointed her too many times before. "If you are truly Odysseus," she said, "then you will know the secret of our bed." "Woman," he said, frustration edging his voice, exhaustion making him sharp. "What secret? What test is this?" "Tell me of our bed," she said simply, watching his face with eyes that had grown wise in grief. "Our bed was carved from a living olive tree. Its roots are still deep in the earth, its trunk forming one of the posts. I built our chamber around it with my own hands, fitted stone and timber around the living wood. No man could move that bed unless he cut the tree itself. Only then did her careful mask crack like ice. She ran to him weeping, and he caught her as she fell. Both of them sobbing like children who had been lost too long in the dark. The long war was over. The wanderer had found his way home. In the morning, father and son went to the olive grove, where old Laertes tended trees in his grief. When Odysseus revealed himself, and recounted the orchards planting, which trees he'd begged for as a boy, where each had been set in the black earth, the old man's joy was like sunrise after endless night. The families of the dead suitors came seeking vengeance, but Athena herself descended, terrible in her divine authority. Enough, the goddess declared. Let there be peace. Under her power, grief transformed to acceptance, rage to reconciliation. Odysseus stood in his restored home, with his wife's hand in his son at his side, his father's blessing on his head. The dark sea had tested him. Monsters and gods, storms and sirens, but nothing had broken his will to return. The king had come home at last, and Ithaca remembered what it meant to be whole. Demeter was one of the more gentle goddesses who inhabited Mount Olympus. Not for her were the jealous rages of Hera, the whip-like chastity of Artemis, or the burning passions of Aphrodite. Demeter was the goddess of agriculture and of marriage. Her hair was the color of wheat at harvest time, and her eyes were a pastel blue. She delighted in bright colors, often wearing brilliant ribbons and carrying a golden torch. Only once did she really lose her temper. This was when she discovered that the beautiful trees in a grove that was sacred to her were being cut down by a foolhardy young man called Eryximachthon. Perhaps he was some sort of early town planner, but whatever his reason for this act of vandalism, Demeter appeared to him disguised as a mortal, and asked him if he would be so kind as to stop. His answer was short and unfriendly. Then Demeter assumed her own form and punished him in a way that was truly horrible. She condemned him to remain hungry forever, no matter how much he ate. From that moment on, he seldom stopped. At dinner that same night, he astonished his parents by eating not only his food, but theirs too, as well as that of their 17 guests. In the 3 weeks that followed, he ate so much that his weeping father was forced to throw him out of the house. No longer, of course, being able to afford his keep. And yet, the more he ate, the thinner and hungrier he got, until, in the end, he became a beggar, shuffling pathetically along in rags, still stuffing himself with the filth he found in the streets. This, then, was the full extent of Demeter's anger. But most people would agree that Erysichthon only got what he deserved, for the unnecessary destruction of a tree is a terrible crime. Demeter had a daughter called Kore. Later on, her name was to be changed to Persephone. Now Demeter loved her more than anything in the world. Unfortunately, another of the gods also loved the girl, although in a very different way. This was Hades, the shadowy lord of the underworld, the god of death. Hades had spent virtually his whole life underground, and his skin was pale and cold. No light shone in his eyes that had seldom seen the sun. And yet, he had seen an image of Kore, magically reflected in an ebony pool, and he had lost his heart to her. It is said so great was his love that he took a very rare leave of absence from the underworld, traveling to Olympus. And there he came before Zeus, and he demanded that Zeus give Kore to him as his wife. Now this demand somewhat embarrassed the king of the gods, for although he did not want to offend Hades, who was his brother, Zeus could not let him have what he wanted. For Kore, you see, was his very own daughter. You see, Zeus had fallen in love with Demeter some years before, and Kore had been the result. If he were to send the girl to the underworld, and Demeter would never forgive him. And moreover, it would be hardly fair to condemn his own daughter to such a gloomy place. For the kingdom of Hades was such a dull and dismal land. But on the other hand, what was he to say to Hades? Zeus turned to him, and all he said was, "I'll think about it." And of course, Zeus promptly forgot all about it. When it became clear that he was not going to get a satisfactory answer from Zeus, Hades decided to take things into his own hands. Well, he did not say, "I could have the girl," he reasoned to himself. But nor did he say that I could not. And surely, if something is not forbidden, then it must be allowed. Of course it must. In which case, Kore shall become Persephone. And as Persephone, she shall be my wife. And so it was that 2 days later, Kore found herself kidnapped by the grim god of death. She was living in Sicily at the time, and was out in the fields with some of her friends, collecting wild flowers for a feast that same evening. Noticing a particularly bright narcissus, she leant down to pick it up. But suddenly, the ground trembled, and as the blood drained from her face, and her friends screamed, dropping their baskets and scattering in all directions, a great chasm appeared in front of her, yawning like a great black mouth. Desperately, Kore tried to keep her balance. But just then, a white hand that smelt of damp earth stretched out and grabbed hold of her, pulling her forward. With a hopeless cry, she tumbled forward, disappearing into the chasm. The ground trembled again, then closed up as suddenly as it had opened. Only a jagged line, zigzagging through the flowers, showed what had just happened. Now, when Demeter discovered that Kore was missing, her grief was overwhelming. Almost overnight, she changed. No longer did she wear ribbons and bright colors. No more was her laughter heard in the fields. Covering herself with a dark veil, she flew round the world on a search that is said to have taken her 9 days and 9 nights. Not once did she stop for food or for drink, not even for rest. Her only thought was for her daughter. She visited Sicily, Hermione, Pisa. Nobody had seen the girl, nor was there any sign that she had ever been there. At last, she went in desperation to Helios, the god who every day followed the sun, riding across the heavens in a golden chariot, drawn by 4 white horses. For you see, nothing ever escaped the eye of Helios. Soaring in an arc high above the world, he could see everything. But what he had to tell Demeter chilled her very heart. "You must forget Kore," he said. "Kore exists no longer. Look, if you will, for Persephone, the destroyer of men, for that is what she has become, as wife of the king of death. Yes, Hades has stolen her from you. Never again will you see her. Where she is now, deep in the shadows of the underworld, she is lost. Lost even from the sight of Helios." And of course, at once after hearing this, Demeter went to Zeus. White with anger and haggard after 9 days of fasting, she was almost unrecognizable, and the king of the gods squirmed in front of her. "I didn't say Hades could take her," he muttered. "Did you say he couldn't take her?" Demeter asked. Zeus was silent. "I want her back, Zeus," Demeter said. "You will return her to me at once." I can't. The king of the gods almost wept with frustration. You know the rules. If she has eaten so much as a mouthful of the food of the dead, she is stuck in the underworld forever. She won't have eaten, Demeter said. She can't have eaten. And anyway, Zeus went on. You know, Hades, there's no arguing with him. He has to have his own way. Very well, Demeter cried. Until my daughter is returned to me, no tree on earth will yield any fruit. No plants will grow. The soil will remain barren. The animals will starve. Such is the curse of an unhappy mother. Bring her back, Zeus. Bring her back, or mankind will perish. So began a year of unrelenting famine. The crops withered, and even the grass turned brown and rotted. As Demeter had promised, the animals, unable to find any fodder, died by the hundred, their bloated carcasses dotting the arid landscape. And at last, the situation became so desperate that Hermes, the messenger god, was sent down to the underworld to bring Persephone back. Never, Hades exclaimed. I love her. I will never relinquish her. But does she love you? Hermes asked. She will learn to, in time, Hades explained. But there is no time, Hermes said. Her mother, Demeter, is destroying the world in her grief. If you do not release Persephone, mankind will come to an end. Why should the extinction of mankind be of any concern to the god of death? Hades asked. Because even death depends on life, Hermes said. Nothing can continue without it. The king of the underworld thought long and hard. He nodded his head. Yes, you speak the truth, he said. Very well, then. It seems I am defeated. My wife, my Persephone, she must go. And with that, he turned his head, bringing his hand up to cover his eyes. When Persephone heard that she was to be returned to the world of the living, she was so happy that she laughed and cried at the exact same time. But one of the gardeners of Hades, a man by the name of Ascalaphus, also heard the news, and at once he crept off, and changing into his best clothes, knelt before Hades. "O ghastly and glorious master," he said, rubbing his hands together in front of his chin. "Dread lord of the underworld, grotesque king of the dead, get on with it," Hades commanded. Of course, the gardener laughed nervously. "I just thought you'd like to know that your wife, the good and delicious Lady Persephone, has tasted the food of the dead." "That's impossible," Hades said. "She has refused to eat since the day I brought her here. Not so much as a crust of bread has passed her lips." I'm sure, the gardener said. "But something less than a crust of bread has, noble king. For you see, with my own eyes, I saw her eat 7 pomegranate seeds. Yes, in the garden, I saw her." Just then, the eyes of Hades lit up. "If this is true," he said, "you shall be rewarded." "Rewarded?" Ascalaphus licked his lips. "Well, I didn't do it for the reward. But if there is a reward, follow her to the surface," Hades said. "Follow her and do what must be done." And so, when Hermes took Persephone with him in his chariot, Ascalaphus rode on the back, unseen by either of them, dreaming of his new career, for he had never liked gardening very much. perhaps he would be a secretary to Hades, or perhaps palace librarian, or even, who could say, maybe even the next prince of hell. And no sooner had Demeter received her daughter in a joyful embrace than Ascalaphus stepped forward with a crooked smile. "Persephone has eaten the food of the dead," he cried out. "She must return with me to the underworld. There's nothing any of you lot can do about it, for it is the law." "Is this true?" Demeter asked. And just then, tears sprang to Persephone's eyes, and she sank to her knees. "Yes, Mother," she whispered. It's true. I ate 7 pomegranate seeds. But that was all I ate. Although I was 1 year in that horrible place, that was the only food that passed my lips. Surely it doesn't count. But by now, Demeter was weeping too. "You have eaten the food of the dead," she said. "Though mankind will die when they take you from me, there is nothing I can do." When the gods heard what had happened, they held a great conference to discuss what should be done. On the one hand, nobody wanted the world to end, but nor could they allow Persephone to remain in the land of the living. At last, a compromise was reached, and both Persephone and Demeter were called before the throne of Zeus. "We've come to an agreement," Zeus explained. "And I hope it satisfies you, because it really is the best we can do. Listen. What would you say if we allowed Persephone to stay in the world for 6 months of the year, provided she spent the other 6 months with Hades in the underworld?" Demeter thought about it for a long moment. "Make it 9 months with me and 3 months with Hades, and then I will agree," she said. well. You've got a deal. And just at once, the famine ended. 9 months later, Persephone went back to begin her spell in the underworld. And although she was never a truly loving wife to Hades, she was never unkind to him. The miserable gardener never received the reward he had been hoping for. For Persephone punished him for his treachery by pushing him into a small hole and covering him with an ornamental rockery, complete with flowering hibiscus border and fish pond. In this way, he was condemned to spend the rest of eternity not only in the garden, but under it too. This myth explains why it is that for 3 months every year, the cold season comes, and it looks as though the world has gone into mourning. Then the trees lose their leaves, nothing will grow, and, like Demeter, we look forward to the spring. For it is only in the spring, when Persephone is released from her dark confinement, that the warmth and the colors will return, and we can all, God and man, celebrate the return of life. There was once a fool. Of course, there have been far more fools than one, and fools more often than once. But this particular fool was a king, so his foolishness mattered. Now he lived in Greece, at the foot of Mount Olympus, and his name was Midas. All Midas thought about was gold. All day, while the golden sun shone, he shut himself away in dark vaults, counting his gold. All night long, while the golden firelight glimmered, he shimmered over his accounting books, reading the words to himself. 12 bars of gold in my vaults, 20 plates of gold on my table, 10 rings of gold on my wife, 400 gold coins in my tax coffers. The centaurs, unlike Midas, valued only fun and wine. And so, one day, and on many others too, a centaur took too many drinks and stumbled into Midas's garden. I am lost, he told the king. Midas set the centaur on the right road for Olympus. Such a friend, such kindness, exclaimed the centaur, joyfully kicking up his heels. How can I thank you? A wish? I shall grant you one wish. Now, Midas knew that these centaurs, these horsemen, grazed on the slopes of Olympus and drew magic from the holy mountain. His heart leapt to his mouth. A wish? You mean anything? I wish that everything I touch turns to gold. He said it quickly, before the centaur could withdraw the offer. I should have warned you. People have asked that of the gods before, and your magic isn't powerful enough. I knew it, said Midas. Oh, I can grant it, said the centaur, flicking flies with his long tail. But you'll be sorry. Midas smiled. No, I won't. The centaur pronounced no spell. He did not spit or clap or chant. So, when he trotted away towards Olympus, Midas felt sure that no magic had passed between them. Boaster, braggart, he yelled after the galloping horseman, and pounded the garden wall with his fist. But the wall felt smooth under his hand. It gleamed, and it glittered in the sunlight. Gold. Midas ran to his treasury and touched all the brass coins. They instantly shone gold, and not just the coins, but the jars they were in, and the door of the treasure house, all gold. Midas ran through the palace, stroking and slapping every stool, bench, table, and urn. They all turned to gold. His china and statues, his weapons and chariots, all shone, more exquisite and more precious than anything he had ever dreamed of owning. When we charge into battle, he told his horse, patting its fat rump, we shall dazzle our enemies, you and I. But the horse did not respond. It stood quite silent and quite still between the traces of the chariot. A perfect gold statue of a horse. Midas was a little startled, but after a moment, he shrugged his shoulders. It made a fine statue for his new golden palace, and fresh horses can be bought by the dozen if a man has the gold to buy them. A feast, a festival. Where's my chancellor? Where's my cook? Invite everyone. Spare no expense. Let the world know that Midas has gold. Midas has gold enough to buy up every sword, every horse, every acre of land in the world. I shall be unconquerable. I shall be worshipped. I shall be the envy of every man, from the poorest beggar to the richest millionaire. I shall be the richest millionaire. A millionaire 1,000,000 times over. Cook, where are you? His cook rushed in, carrying with him the king's lunch. He could not help but stare round him at all the changes to the room. The gold ornaments, the golden furniture. Midas snatched the bread impatiently off the tray and bit it. Huh? What are you feeding me these days? Rocks? When he threw down the bread in disgust, it skidded across the golden floor. A golden loaf of bread. Food too, then. Midas took a drink to steady his nerves. At least, he tried to take a drink. But the wine, as it touched his lip, turned to gold, to solid, metallic, unyielding gold. Midas stared. The cook stared. Don't just stand there. Fetch me something I can eat. And then he gave the cook a push. Ah, well, there are more cooks in the world for a man with limitless gold. Midas sat down on the ground beside the golden statue of his cook. His clothes, one by one, in touching his skin, had been turning to gold around him, and he found that he was suddenly very, very weary from wearing them. He had not meant it to be like this when he asked the centaur. He had not meant food and clothes and people and horses. Midas began to wonder, how long does it take for a man to starve to death? But just then, his queen came in, and ahead of her, their little daughter. Midas tried to warn her. He tried to stop the girl running to him with outstretched arms. But the child was too young to understand. Her little fingers closed round Midas's hand and stiffened and grew cold and could not be prized open again. Her face and features too hardened and set, and the eyes were plain gold orbs in their golden sockets. The golden mouth frozen, forever half open to speak. Oh Zeus, oh you gods, no, no, not my daughter, not my little girl. He ran past the queen, past the guards, his arms burdened with the monstrous weight of a small, clinging golden child. He ran out of his golden palace and its golden gardens. The flowerheads jangled as he brushed by them. He ran across golden grass to a forest and blighted it with a golden canker. He ran through orchards till the sight of the fruit maddened him with hunger. He started up the rocky slopes of Olympus, staggering under the weight of his lifeless daughter. How long does it take for a man to die of loneliness or a broken heart? Take back this curse. What did I ever do to you that you punish me like this? When he kicked off his heavy golden shoes, the golden grass spiked his soles like needles. Curse? No. I thought I granted you a wish, said a familiar voice. The centaur trotted out of a nearby cave. I was a fool. I see that now. Oh, I was a fool. But does a man deserve to lose his daughter? To die? Just because he's a fool? The centaur picked a few stalks of grass and nibbled them thoughtfully. Yes, well, I did try to warn you. Perhaps I've done you a favor after all. If it has taught you something about yourself. Wonderful. I shall die wise then, said Midas. The centaur blew through his lips. If you take my advice, you'll go to the river and jump in it, he said. You mean kill myself? Is that what you mean? Gasped Midas. No, no, you fool, said the centaur. Wash yourself. And so, at the banks of the river, Midas did not hesitate. If the water did not turn to gold and crush him, then the weight of the metal child clasping his hand might pull him under and drown. But he did not care. He flung himself into the river, and its water closed over his head. As he surfaced, his daughter surfaced beside him, spluttering and terrified, not knowing why or how she came to be swimming. Father, she said, where are all your clothes? Together, they carried buckets of water back to the palace and flung it over the cook and horse, over stool and table and all the coins. The color of gold was loathsome to Midas, and he was not content until he had undone all the alchemy of his magic golden touch. Never again did he dream of gold, except in nightmares. Never again did he yearn to own gilded ornaments and mounds of yellow riches. No, no. For Midas had learned his lesson, hadn't he? Now, he thought about jewels instead. Eurystheus, king of tyrants, sighed as he looked upon the undaunted face of Hercules. There stood the legendary hero, as confident as ever. "12 tasks I have agreed to complete," Hercules was saying. 11 are done. What is your final challenge? Eurystheus winced. How he despised Hercules. The man might be a blood relative, but his supporters were countless, and his claim to the throne of Perseus's descendants, which Eurystheus currently held, had only been prevented by his delayed birth. There had to be some way to destroy him. Yet, although he had set 11 impossible tasks, every time Hercules had succeeded. Was there no way Eurystheus could send this man to his doom? And with that thought, the idea for the final task came to mind. And for the very first time in many years, Eurystheus smiled. "Cousin, as you say, one task remains. I want you to bring Cerberus from the underworld." Eurystheus expected to see even Hercules hesitate, for this task was surely impossible. Even if Hercules could survive the journey into the realms of darkness, Cerberus itself would be unbeatable, and the Dark Lord Pluto would never agree to Cerberus being taken. And yet, Hercules bowed and walked from Eurystheus's chamber, seemingly without concern. "Clearly he's insane," Eurystheus muttered to himself. "Just as we all suspected." Eurystheus was referring to the reason Hercules was under his control in the first place. Some years before, Hercules had been seized with a fit of madness and had murdered his own sons and nephews. For redemption, the oracle at Delphi had ordered Hercules to serve Eurystheus and undertake 12 tasks. Although Hercules' madness had passed, Eurystheus was convinced the man could never be completely stable. He was drunk on his own strength, the power he drew from Zeus, his father, power no mortal could contain. But perhaps against the Dark Lord of the underworld, Hercules might finally meet his match. Hercules, armed as always with his poisoned arrows and massive club, left Tyrants and headed for the city of Eleusis on the coast beyond Athens. To venture into the depths of hell, Hercules knew he must be purified of all sin, and only the lords of the mysteries at Eleusis could cleanse him of his past. For the first time in his labors, Hercules met opposition from his fellow humans. The initiation ceremonies at Eleusis were reserved for Athenians alone, and Hercules was no Athenian. Regardless of his power, Hercules could not be admitted. Now a younger Hercules would have torn this temple apart. Now more mature and trying to control his power, Hercules sought to reason with them. He had learned on his previous adventures that sometimes the mind was more powerful than muscle. On his quest to obtain the golden apples of Hesperides, Hercules had asked Atlas to help him. Atlas was only too willing, and for a while, Hercules took the burden of the heavens upon his shoulders, while Atlas sought out the apples. But when he returned, Atlas decided he didn't want to take back the heavens and prepared to take the apples to Eurystheus himself. Hercules outwitted Atlas, though, by asking him to place a cushion upon Hercules' neck to help spread the load. As Atlas did so, Hercules slipped out, leaving Atlas bearing the full weight of the heavens again. Perhaps reason could work again here. What if Hercules became Athenian? Would they accept an adopted son of Athens? Hercules appealed to the king of Athens. His friend, Theseus, and Theseus agreed, suggesting that one of the senior citizens become an adoptive father. This threw the Eleusinians into confusion, but not wanting to argue with Theseus or Hercules, they consented. The studies and rituals were extensive and demanding, testing Hercules' mind in ways far harder than his muscles had ever been tested. But he applied himself, and after almost a year, the Eleusinians agreed that Hercules was ready for his initiation. Now, this led to further debate, because the ceremony at Eleusis was only for Athenians. As a result, they agreed to hold a special ceremony just outside of Eleusis. And so, in the earliest days of spring, Hercules bathed and cleansed himself in the river Eleusis and was purified by the priest. Now, Hercules, his mind and body both spiritually strong, was ready to enter the darkest depths of hell. It was a transformed Hercules who set out. Gone was the lion skin he had worn since, as a youth, he had killed the lion that ravaged cattle at Cytheron, the first of his mighty deeds. Instead, he wore a simple linen tunic, white and pure. Hercules prayed to Zeus for guidance. To help him, Zeus sent Hermes, who led Hercules south to the southernmost point of the Greek mainland, to the rich marble quarries of Tainarum. There, Hermes told Hercules to search for the entrance. Hercules first went to pay homage to Poseidon, whose temple was at Tainarum. Poseidon had always admired Hercules' strength, though he had never supported him, as Hercules was fighting and killing Poseidon's own offspring. But he saw no reason why he shouldn't help Hercules on his way, particularly since the trip into hell might be the best way to be rid of him. As Hercules prayed at the temple, Poseidon caused a spring to burst forth from the ground. Hercules, hearing the trickling water, followed the sound and found where the water bubbled from the rocks. The trickle formed a small stream, which Hercules followed, and the stream led to a dark cave. There, at the mouth, stood Hermes. "Beware, Hercules," Hermes warned. waters of Acheron are poisonous. Do not drink from them or bathe in them. Hercules now followed Hermes into the dark mouth of the cave. His descent into the underworld had begun. The moment they were out of the sun, a chilliness settled about them. Hercules, dressed only in his linen tunic, found the cold more numbing than anything he had previously experienced. This would test his strength past endurance. Led by light from Hermes' staff, the two followed the stream down through the dark caverns. Gradually, as Hercules' eyes became accustomed to the darkness, he became aware of other shapes moving along the walls. Shapes that vanished when he turned to look at them fully, but returned when he looked ahead. A few at first, they began to increase in number, some coming close to whisper his name but vanishing as soon as he tried to focus on them. What visions are these? Hercules grunted as he unhooked his club from around his waist. But Hermes stayed his hand. What do you expect to find in the underworld, son of Zeus? But spirits of the dead. You cannot harm them. They can harm you no more. But though the shades could not endure Hercules physically, they could torment his mind and threaten his sanity. He needed to draw upon all that he had learned at Eleusis to control himself. The dark waters of Acheron led them further into gloom, and eventually the passageway opened onto a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in the heights. The cavern glowed with a dim twilight, lit by the fires of the river Phlegethon. Here, Acheron flowed into another river, the Styx. Through the twilight of the cavern, Hercules saw a short way off a boat, and in this boat waited Charon, the ancient boatman who ferried the souls of the dead across to Hades. Charon was a strong old man with a hideous face, a long white beard. His garment was ragged and dirty, and his forehead was covered with wrinkles. He looked at Hercules with piercing eyes. "You are living," said he. "Get away from here. My boat is for the dead alone." "You shall ferry me across," Hercules declared. "By the will of Zeus, I go to bring Cerberus to the light of day." "Where is your money to pay me?" asked Charon. "Without it, you cannot pass, but must wander by these shores for 100 years. I have no money, but that will not stop me." So saying, Hercules leapt into the boat. Despite his fearsome appearance, Charon was terrified of the might and will of Hercules. He gave way and ferried him over, all the while grumbling. "Pluto will have me in prison for this. No one can pass without payment." All the while they crossed, Hercules was aware of the wailing of souls as spirits awaited their fate. The waters of the Styx were oily black and silent. As Hercules peered into them, he realized he could see no reflection. Instead, the water seemed to draw him toward it. He felt as if it were sucking his very soul from his body. Again, he had to draw upon the strength of his initiation to fight back. Only a pure mind could combat the agonies of hell. Eventually, Charon reached the far shore, where all the new spirits were gathered. At the sight of Hercules, most fled, but two stood their ground. Hercules found it hard at first to see either, as they seemed to fade when he looked directly, and were always at the edge of his vision. But gradually one came face to face with him, which did not fade. This face had hair that writhed like snakes, and an expression of total hatred. It was a face that no one could look upon and live. It was the face of the Gorgon Medusa. Hercules, it whispered. Do you know me? Hercules put his arm up to shield his face. I know you, daughter of forces. But you do not trouble me. Hercules reached for his club, but Hermes stayed his hand. Pass her by, Hercules. Pass her by, the dead cannot harm you. But still, the monster taunted. Once I had a life, Hercules, until your ancestor, Perseus, struck me dead. I shall have revenge upon his descendants. As she spoke, the hissing of snakes about her head increased, their sound luring Hercules to sleep. Slowly he lowered his arm. Deep down, his soul cried for help. Then there was a flash of brilliance within the cave, which caused Hercules to again shield his eyes. It was in that moment the goddess Athena appeared and held her shield in front of Medusa's head. The serpents were forced to obey their goddess. The writhing and hissing ceased. Athena spoke through this blinding light. Pass on, Hercules. Your quest awaits. But now, the other spirit called to Hercules. Again, as his vision cleared, Hercules recognized his old friend, Meleager, the mighty hero whom Hercules had accompanied on the hunt for the Caledonian boar, and who had been one of the Argonauts in Jason's quest for the Golden Fleece. Fate had struck a savage blow. His life had been safe so long as a certain log had remained unburnt. Meleager, like Hercules, suffered bouts of madness, and in one such fit had killed his brothers. In anger, his mother, who had kept the log safe, threw it on the fire, and as it burned, so Meleager died. Hercules, my old friend, Meleager whispered. My sister, Deianira, believes you dead and weeps for you. Hercules remembered Deianira with much love and tenderness. He vowed to his friend, Meleager, that once he had finished this final labor, he would seek out Deianira and look after her. Little did Hercules know at that moment that he was sealing his fate. Lo, would be many years and many adventures before that day came. Hercules now passed Meleager by following the river Styx toward the gates of hell itself. At this point, Hermes stopped Hercules and spoke to him. You are now in the plains of hell, Hercules, and ahead lie the gates of Hades. This is where I agreed to take you. And this is where I leave you. Farewell, son of Zeus. Until we meet again. And so saying, Hermes rose on his winged feet, vanished to the darkness above. Alone on the plains of hell, Hercules detected a sound of chains ahead of him. Were these the tormented souls of hell? As Hercules drew near, he saw two men chained to a rock as black as pitch. Suddenly, Hercules recognized them. They were his past comrades in adventure. Odysseus, king of Athens, Hercules, king of Lapiths. Hercules couldn't help but laugh at seeing these two heroes in their predicament. Odysseus explained what had happened in the year while Hercules studied at Eleusis. Hercules learned of the battle between the Lapiths and their half-brothers, centaurs. This had happened after the centaur, Eurytus, far the worse for the drink, had abducted Pirithous' bride, Hippodamia. In the subsequent battle, Hippodamia had died. Theseus, who had helped in the fight, agreed that each would aid the other in finding a new bride. Theseus had abducted the young Helen of Troy, which had led to further adventures, though not the famous Trojan War. But Pirithous would settle for no less than Persephone, the wife of Pluto. Now, Persephone was under an agreement to spend part of her life in the upper world, but rather than wait for her to appear, Pirithous insisted on seeking her in the underworld. And against his better judgment, Theseus agreed to help. But even before they had reached the gates of Hades, Pluto thwarted their arrogance and had them chained to a rock to live forever amongst the dead. Now, Pirithous pleaded with Hercules to set them free. Hercules agreed, provided they return to the upper world and forget their quest. Theseus agreed. With one tug from his mighty hands, Hercules broke the chain that bound Theseus and set him free. But Pirithous argued and was determined to claim Persephone. This angered Pluto, began to shake the rocks around Pirithous till he sank deep into a crack. You deserve your fate, Pirithous, Hercules shouted into the chasm. There you shall remain until you change your ways. But you, my dear Theseus, return to the world of light. I must continue on my quest. Hercules was now nearing the gates of hell. Around him gathered the souls of the dead, and the sheer number of those ghosts daunted even the spirit of Hercules. He decided to appease them with a gift of blood. Nearby, on the plain of hell, were the cattle of Pluto. Hercules slaughtered one of them, pouring the blood over the earth, on which the ghosts feasted as their one last taste of life. herdsman, Odysseus, challenged Hercules. "You have no right to slaughter Pluto's cattle," he cried, shaking his fist. "I have no argument with you, Odysseus. Let me pass." But Odysseus would not, and challenged Hercules to a wrestling match. Hercules first prayed to Zeus for his blessing, and then rose to meet Odysseus. The herdsman was a mighty man, but pale of skin and with long white hair. The two grappled, and Hercules soon gripped Odysseus by the waist and crushed his ribs. Had Hercules continued, he would have broken the herdsman's back, killed him. But a voice from the darkness cried, "Stop." Hercules dropped Odysseus and looked ahead into the gloom. From out of the darkness came Persephone, the wife of Pluto. She was beautiful and fair, but her face was sad and pale. She always longed for the flowery valleys of earth, the light of the sun and the laughter of the living. "Welcome, Hercules, my brother, but stay your hand. Odysseus is proud and loyal, does not deserve to die. Spare him. Spare him, and I will grant you an audience with Pluto." Hercules bowed his head to Persephone, queen of the night, and agreed to follow her. Persephone led Hercules along the banks of the Styx. Shortly, on either side of the river, rose monstrous silver columns that stretched, vanished into twilight. There, at the gates of hell, waited Cerberus. Though dog-shaped, Cerberus had 3 heads, a neck of hissing serpents, and the tail of a scorpion. As Hercules approached, the dog rose, baring its poisonous teeth, growling deeply at each of its 3 throats. But as Persephone raised her hand, the dog ceased its growling and allowed them to pass. Hercules now entered the palace of hell. There sat Pluto, high on a throne of sulfur, set over the point where all the rivers of hell met. He was a hard-hearted and merciless god, with grim and dismal face. "Hail, Pluto," said Hercules. "I am commanded by Odysseus to bring Perseus from your kingdom and into the light of day. You may be Hercules," said Pluto, "but neither you nor Odysseus have authority over me. You are a madman to make such a request. Who would then guard the gates of my kingdom?" Hercules tensed at the reference to being mad, and called upon the mysteries to contain his anger. "Pluto, you have many servants to do your work. But as for me, I am alone to do the work which Zeus has laid upon me. 11 labors have I performed. I have been to the ends of the earth and felt the weight of the heavens on my back. And now, this last labor will I perform, even if I have to pull down the walls of Hades and perish in the undertaking." "Yes, I believe you would, Hercules." "Very well. If you think you are so powerful, then take Cerberus. But you must capture him first. And if you succeed, you must return him to me within the month. But do not believe that you have conquered Hades. That you never will. A place awaits you here after your adventures and wanderings. And the next time, you shall never leave." Hercules thanked Pluto and bowed deeply to the Dark Lord and his wife. He then returned to the gates of hell. Cerberus waited, as he had for eternity, stopping any souls from leaving. The monster's eyes glowed red, and its 3 jaws opened, revealing huge teeth dripping with venom. It moved out toward the center of the gates, crouched low, ready to spring. But Hercules sprang first, taking the beast by surprise. With one hand, Hercules gripped the hellhound by the throat, and with the other, he grasped its poisonous tail and held the monster over his head. No matter how it writhed and struggled, it could not escape Hercules' mighty grip. Hercules now tightened his grip around the creature's throat, where all three necks joined. Although huge and strong as iron, the throat began to yield to Hercules' mighty strength. The beast found itself choking. Knowing it could not beat Hercules, it ceased its struggling and relaxed. Gradually, Hercules placed the beast on the ground where it lay in submission. Hercules gathered the chains that had previously bound Theseus to the rock and bound Cerberus. Persephone had followed Hercules and watched the battle. "You have achieved your quest, Hercules. Go, take Cerberus back to the land of life and return him here, or my lord Pluto will take his revenge." Hercules agreed, and, bowing to Persephone, hefted Cerberus onto his mighty shoulders. As he left, he took one final glance back at Persephone. "Remember me to the world," she said. Then she turned, went back into the darkness. Charon readily ferried Hercules back across the Styx. He had already received his punishment from Pluto for allowing Hercules in, and was commanded to take Cerberus' place until Hercules returned. As Hercules began to approach the upper world, Cerberus began to struggle. You see, this monster had never seen the sun and daylight, and was afraid. So, with a blow of his fist, Hercules knocked him unconscious. But as they emerged into the daylight, the dog's venomous spittle spattered the ground. From that spot, the plant aconite grew thereafter. At last, after an absence of almost 2 years, Hercules returned to Tyrants. He cast the fearful monster at the feet of Eurystheus. Cerberus held him in his baleful glare, his teeth dripping venom. Eurystheus cowered and begged Hercules to keep hold of the monster. "Very well, Hercules," You have performed the tasks I placed upon you. You are free to go. But first, you must join me in a sacrifice of thanks to the gods. Hercules, who had no trust in Eurystheus, could not insult the gods. Eurystheus handed Hercules a small portion of meat, while granting much larger portions to his sons. Hercules could no longer hold his temper. Eurystheus, I am no longer bound to you, and you have no hold over me. From this day forth, live in fear, for the day shall come when not I but my children shall avenge me. As Hercules stormed from the palace, 3 of Eurystheus' sons jumped upon him with their swords. But with one swing of his club, he crushed their skulls. Eurystheus looked on in horror and wept. He watched his doom walk away. Hercules now had to complete his promise to Pluto, shouldering again the burden of Cerberus, which continued to whimper against the sunlight. Hercules returned to the halls of hell. The beast was much pleased to behold the fearful gates and the countless gliding shadows of the dead, and the dim, uncertain light in his own land. But Hercules did not pass through the gates of hell this time. He turned back to light and life, for he was now free from the yoke of Eurystheus. The world was his. There was still much for Hercules to achieve. First, he had his promise to Meleager to fulfill. The next step along the road to fate was about to begin. After the first primordial deities emerged from chaos, the 12 mighty titans were born as the next generation of gods. Cronus, one of the titans, overthrew his father Uranus and took power. However, Cronus was told a prophecy that he in turn would be overthrown by his own child. Therefore, he swallowed each of his children as they were born: Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, and more. But his wife Rhea managed to hide their 6th child, Zeus, far away from Cronus in secret, tricking Cronus into swallowing a rock instead. When Zeus became an adult, he set out to confront Cronus. He eventually tricked Cronus with a potion into vomiting up Zeus's previously swallowed siblings, who were still alive. Zeus then freed the Cyclops and the Hecaton Kyries giants from Tartarus and gained their allegiance along with his liberated siblings. After a titanic war between the Olympians and Cronus' forces that lasted 10 years, Zeus and the young gods finally prevailed, defeating the Titans and casting them into imprisonment in Tartarus. More earthly turmoil followed as various monstrous beings and giants attacked the gods. But Zeus's powerful lightning bolt weapons always prevailed in the end. Finally, Zeus's reign was secure, and Greece entered a time of relative stability and peace under the gods of Mount Olympus. As chief of the Olympians, Zeus took Hera as his wife, though he continued having children by many other goddesses across the myths. The gods and goddesses enjoyed an existence of divine luxury and indulgence in their ornate palaces on Mount Olympus, while overseeing the affairs of mortal men on earth below. Poseidon ruled over the seas as a volatile god, while Hades presided over the underworld, where mortal spirits went after death. Other main Olympic gods included smith god Hephaestus, war god Ares, sun god Apollo, wisdom goddess Athena, hunting goddess Artemis, love goddess Aphrodite, and harvest goddess Demeter. According to Greek myth, mortals on earth enjoyed a carefree existence, living close to the gods during a golden age first. But over subsequent eras and generations, mankind grew more violent, warlike, and separated from the gods, incurring their displeasure and wrath. The poet Hesiod wrote, "If his words are prophecy, then our lives are still governed by those passionate gods, high on the mountain of Olympus." The myths go on to detail the varied stories and exploits involving individual major gods and goddesses and their interactions with mankind. In this first part of Greek mythology, we shall focus on the tales of Troy. The city of Troy grew on the low hill on the plain near the entrance to the Hellespont, founded by Ilus, a descendant of Zeus, who marked out the boundaries of a city and settled there. Ilus prayed to the gods for good luck. Apollo appeared and begged Ilus to keep sacred the image, to guard and respect it against all invaders. As long as Troy preserved the token of godly esteem, the city would be safe. But men being men, and even then subject to the fates and powers of the gods, events would occur to threaten the sanctity of the beautiful city of Troy. And that city would become the food of legends for eons to come, the site of a battle which involved the greatest heroes of Greece, the most powerful gods of Olympia, and the most beautiful women in the land. The tales of Troy are the longest and most exciting of all the legends, and they begin with a beautiful woman and a handsome man, cast from his noble birth. The good name of Troy had been blackened over the years by many of the gods who had been wronged by their leaders. These gods held a grudge that was relaxed only under the shrewd and swift-footed King Priam, who took over the reins of Troy and allowed her once more to blossom. Now, Priam was a superstitious and careful monarch, never erring in order that his command of the lovely land might be released. And when his wise wife Hecuba dreamed that she had borne a firebrand, their youngest son was cast away, left to die on the heights of Mount Ida. This child was Paris, but he did not die. He was suckled by a bear and brought to live with the herdsmen of the mountains, where he grew strong and handsome, proud and respected by his peers. He grew up ignorant of his noble breeding, content to wed and live with an exquisite mountain nymph, Enoi, in a humble home. He was called Alexander there, the helper of men. And then, one day, as he tended his flocks on the sunlit mountains, surrounded by greenery, and more than content with his simple lot, he was visited by Hermes, messenger of the gods. There had been an altercation, he said, looking with awe at the beauty of this mortal, and 3 of the loveliest gods required a judge to ascertain which was the fairest. It had been decreed by Zeus that Paris was a man of great wisdom and fair looks, and that this lowly shepherd should be given the task of judging amongst the goddesses. "Fear not, Paris," said Hermes. "Zeus bids thee judge freely, which of the 3 seems fairest in thine eyes, and the Father of gods and men will be thy shield in giving true judgment." Paris nodded in amazement. The sanctity of his simple life at once eclipsed by the excitement and shallowness of the deed before him. The first goddess to appear to him was Hera, Queen of Olympus. She explained to the young shepherd that a wedding had taken place between Peleus and Thetis, to which Eris alone among the immortals had not been included through some oversight. She had appeared nonetheless at the feast, and churning trouble, she threw an apple at the feet of 3 of the greatest of the goddesses, those who thought themselves the most beautiful in the land. Hera Athene, and Aphrodite. The apple was inscribed with the words, "For the fairest." And it was to judge that fairest that Paris had been summoned, to put an end to the petty quarrelling. Hera went on to offer him all her queenly gifts, including money and the richest land on earth. Athene offered him wisdom and success in battle. "Adjudge the prize to me," she whispered, "and thou shalt be famed as the wisest and bravest among men." The third goddess was Aphrodite, as beautiful certainly as her sisters, but with cunning that matched her looks. "I am Aphrodite," she said, softly, coyly drawing herself up to the shepherd. "I can offer 3 gifts that are sweeter than any on earth. He who wins my favor needs only love to be loved again. Choose me, and I promise thee the most beautiful daughter of men to be thy wife." And although Paris was wed already, he chose Aphrodite without a moment's hesitation, and he gave the golden apple to the goddess of love, who thanked him with such a radiant smile that his cheeks were rouged with pleasure. It was with this glow of gratification that Paris set off the next day to take part in the games arranged each year by King Priam to commemorate the death of his youngest son, Paris. It was his first visit to the city since his birth, and he was anxious to test his strength. He excelled at the games, his strength, his passion, and his ambition surpassing even that of his own brothers, the young princes of Troy. And when they, greatly angered by his prowess, took offense and plotted to have an errant arrow sent in his direction, his sister Cassandra, who had a gift of divination, shouted out, not knowing what she said, "Do not raise your hand against your brother." The princes were aghast, King Priam delighted, and it was with open arms that Paris was reunited with his family and welcomed back to Troy. He was given a great duty to perform for the king, to travel to Greece in order to secure the return of Haisone, who had been borne off by Hercules many years before. Cassandra alone was against this venture, her prophetic vision showing her death and destruction that would lead to a great war against Troy. But her words were ignored, and Paris set off on his voyage, stopping during its course to visit King of Sparta, who was married to Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. It was this diversion which led Helen far from her marriage vows and into the arms of another man in an elopement which would excite the world of Greece and begin a battle that would run for 10 long, bloodthirsty years. Helen was the daughter of Tyndareus, king of Sparta, and she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in all of Greece. Her beauty caused her to be carried off to Attica by Theseus and to be worshipped as a goddess at Sparta. As she grew older, she attracted suitors from around the world who swarmed to her side in order that she might receive their attentions. Men with impeccable records of bravery, with inordinate riches, vied to become Helen's husband, including the wise and cunning Odysseus. Tyndareus did not wish to offend the great men who offered their hand to Helen, and so he chose the wealthiest of princes, Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon, lord of Argos, who was married to Helen's half-sister, Clytemnestra. Odysseus suggested to Tyndareus that the suitors who had not been chosen to wed Helen should take a vow, swearing to defend to the death the lucky suitor, should anyone or anything appear to strip him of his good fortune. And so it was that Menelaus became king of Sparta, married to the exquisite Helen, who lived with him in harmony and happiness. He was warmly congratulated by the suitors who had not been chosen, and bound by their vow, they returned to their respective homes. Tyndareus marked the occasion by providing an offering to the gods, but it was ill fortune indeed that he omitted Aphrodite in his address, an oversight that would be long remembered and regretted by mortals and gods alike. Helen gave birth to 3 children, and all was well in the luxurious palace, where food and drink were plentiful, where Menelaus ruled fairly and kindly, and where Helen and Menelaus grew to find a mutual respect and adoration for one another. And then, one cruel day, the fates chose to send to Sparta the ship of Paris, who decided, from the moment he set eyes on Helen, that he must have her as his wife. His true wife, Enone, was forgotten, lonely on the Mount of Ida, and so too were his sense of honor, his mission, and the commands of his long-lost father. He called to Aphrodite to fulfill the promise she had made to him on the hillside. And when honest Menelaus set out on an expedition, he trusted the lovesick Paris to care for his wife in a manner befitting his status. Before he could return, Paris had eloped with Helen, leaving behind Hermione, her daughter by Menelaus. With treasure they had looted from the palace of Menelaus, Paris and Helen sailed idly, deep in love that blossomed as they travelled. It was only after months of tender lovemaking and a true rich affection that Paris returned home to Troy to show off his new prize. On their journey, however, the sea became suddenly calm, no breath of air rippling her surface. An eerie silence fell upon them, threatened to overwhelm them with its sinister threat of ill fate. And then, from the sea, rose a creature so fearful that Paris thrust Helen below the deck, and his sword ready, moved forward to hear its words. The quiet was deafening. The creature spoke not, but laid its dripping trident across the prow of the ship and leant forward. Its mighty weight dipping the vessel dangerously close to the edge of the sea, and then it uttered words that chilled the heart of Paris. I am Nereus, god of the sea. Ill omens guide thy course, rubber of another's goods. The Greeks will come across this sea, vow to redress the wrong done by thee, and to overthrow the towers of King Priam. How many men, how many horses I see there, dead for thy misdeed. How many Trojans murdered for thy sins. How many Trojans laid low about the ruin of their city. And with that, he cast his trident high into the sky and disappeared beneath the mirrored sea. But the deed was done, and fate had cast the die. Paris had been weak in mind and body, and for those sins he would bring about the disgrace and disintegration of Troy and her people. Head down, he surged across the waves that swelled up to greet them, breathed in the air that began to circulate once more. In the name of love and on the wings of pride, he continued on to Troy, determined to build a life there with his lady love. The elopement of Paris and Helen sent waves of shock through the land. Menelaus, his trusting soul rent by sadness, gathered together those men who had pledged an oath to aid him in times of trouble. He called upon the great rulers from other lands, men who would take up their arms to recover his beloved wife and to punish the violator of his home. He and his brother Agamemnon were the greatest and most powerful lords of Peloponnese, and together they summoned the finest leaders of the land to bring their ships and their most courageous warriors for war against Troy. And ever respectful of these two great men, all but two answered the call and set out for Troy. One of these men was Odysseus, a crafty and highly regarded leader of the small island of Ithaca. Odysseus had recently married his great love, Penelope, who had given birth to their son, Telemachus. He had found great happiness with his family, and was loath to quit it for a war which had been predicted as long and painful. An oracle had confirmed to him that he risked 20 years of separation from his home and his wife if he travelled to Troy. And he was not inclined to respond to the summons. Instead, he feigned madness, and when he was visited in person by Menelaus and Palamedes, he put on a rustic cap and ploughed salt into the furrows of his rocky land, with an ox and an ass yoked together. But Palamedes was not fooled by this show, and he laid down the infant Telemachus in the path of the plough, at which Odysseus was forced to admit his deceit, pull up the team, and rescue his son from certain danger. And so it was that Odysseus travelled reluctantly to Troy, where the oracle proved true, but where he made his name as the most distinguished warrior of all time. Achilles was also summoned, but had defied the call on the advice of his mother, who had dressed him in the garb of a maiden and hidden him among the daughters of the king of Skyros. He was the son of Peleus, a mortal who had married the goddess Thetis. Achilles was the youngest of many children born to Thetis, but all had died as she attempted to immortalize them by holding them over a fire. When Achilles was born, she wished once more to make him immortal, but cleverly ignored the murderous flames which promised such status, and hung him instead over a river, making him invulnerable by dipping him into the waters. The heel by which she held him remained the one vulnerable part of his body, and he was brought up with other heroes who fed him on the hearts of lions and the marrows of bears. He was a popular boy, endowed with great prowess and skill in war. His mother knew that the Trojan War would lead to his certain death, and it was she who hatched the plan to hide him from Menelaus and his men. But it was crafty Odysseus who found him, and revealed him by disguising himself as a purveyor of fine fabrics and jewellery, which provided great excitement to the other young women, but which failed to interest the young hero. When cunning Odysseus laid out a dagger and shield, they were leapt upon by Achilles, who disclosed himself and came readily with Odysseus. When King Priam heard the news of Paris's activities at Sparta, he sank back in disbelief. Odysseus had journeyed to Troy with Palamedes and Menelaus to demand that Priam return Helen. But Paris had not yet returned to the island, and Priam was loath to judge a man before he'd had his say. He responded with courtesy to the requests of these great men, who had appeared on his shores with such urgent mission. But he put them off. And when Paris did finally appear with Helen, King Priam and his sons were so besotted by her, so taken by her beauty, that they forgave Paris all his weakness and swore that Helen should remain in Troy forever. Helen confirmed that she had eloped of her own free will, and that her love for Paris was greater than any known to man or god before them. However, the people of Troy were less kindly disposed to their new mistress, for with her she brought the threat of war, which would draw into action its many men, and rob them of their freedom and good name. And when Paris stalked the streets of Troy, his new bride on his arm, he was followed by muttered curses. The men of Troy gathered together their troops, led by the great Hector and Priam's son-in-law Aeneas, prince of the Dardanians and son of Aphrodite herself. Many years had passed since Menelaus had put out the first call for assistance, but the impressive collection of warriors grouped now at a harbour were more than 1,000 ships. But as they prepared to set forth for Troy, their sails were met by calm that disallowed even a breath of wind to set them on their course. And so it transpired that Artemis was behind the deathly stillness, for Agamemnon had unwittingly hurt her pride by slaying one of her sacred hind, and now she demanded the death of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, in return. Agamemnon was torn by the command and refused to consider it, while the men of Greece became surly and impatient to begin a war which threatened to be long and hard. So the great lord listened to his men, and encouraged by his brother Menelaus, he called his wife to bring Iphigenia to the site, where he promised her Achilles as a husband. And for that reason alone, Iphigenia was brought to the ships. And when she greeted her father with excitement and love, he cast her aside, daring not to meet her glances. Seeing this unhappiness, Menelaus swallowed his own sadness and forbade his brother to kill the young girl. But this sympathy and pity hardened the heart of Agamemnon, and he prepared for the sacrifice. Clytemnestra was Agamemnon's wife, and she grew suspicious when she saw him shirk the embraces of his favorite daughter. She took herself to the tent of Achilles, who professed no knowledge of an impending wedding, and finally admitted the real purpose of Iphigenia's visit to the camp. In a fiery rage and distress, Clytemnestra flew back to her husband and found her daughter begging for mercy at his feet. And just then, As Agamemnon struggled again to make a decision that would calm his angry men, console his desperate wife, Iphigenia drew herself up, and wiping away her tears, proclaimed, "Since so it must be, I am willing to die. And shall I be called the honor of Greek maidenhood, who have given my life for the motherland? Let the fall of Troy be my marriage feast and my monument." And the brave young woman cast herself down on the sacrificial table at the altar of Artemis, gazing heavenward as her peaceful expression filled her family with woe anew. The seer, Calchas, unsheathed the knife, having been given this painful duty, but as he lifted his arm to strike a blow, Iphigenia vanished, taken by Artemis herself, who had pitied the lovely maiden and borne her away to become a priestess of her temple at Taurus, to live in eternal maidenhood. In her place on the table lay a snow-white fawn, sprinkled with virgin blood, and with a great roar of gladness, Calchas proclaimed Artemis to be appeased. His words were carried away on the whisper of wind that grew until it became a mighty gale, pulling at the idle ships and filling her crew with anticipation and joy. The winds carried them afar, past islands and countries, from where the distant walls of Troy could be seen glowing in the light of dawn. The war would begin. The war began badly with the death of Tenes, the son of Apollo, before the invaders had reached the shores of Troy. Achilles had been warned never to take the life of any child of Apollo. But when he saw a figure hurling rocks at the ships of the Greeks, who were approaching the walled city of Troy, he struck him down with one swoop of his mighty sword. Tenes was dead before Achilles could be cautioned, and gloom was cast over the ships as they waited warily for Apollo to strike his revenge. Then the excellent marksman Philoctetes was bitten by a snake, causing a wound so stagnant with infection that the Greeks had no choice but to leave the warrior on the rocky island off Lemnos, where he was abandoned and forced to live alone for many, many years. And while the somber army struggled to come to terms with the loss of one of their greatest men, Protesilaus, a youth of determination and valor, leapt on to the beaches of Troy, where he was slain instantly by Troy's champions, Hector, Priam's eldest son. The war had truly begun. It had been decreed by Zeus himself that mankind must be depleted, and so it was the gods themselves that became involved in a war that had been sparked by one single mortal woman. For 9 years, the Greeks fought the impenetrable walls of Troy, guarded by fine men of battle, including Hector, who led King Priam's other 49 sons in war. Paris joined their ranks, although the fury at this selfish man was ill-concealed by many. Antenor and Aeneas were men of wisdom and justice, and they too fought for Troy, although peace was their ultimate goal. The walls of the city had been built by Apollo and Poseidon themselves, and could not be damaged or sealed, despite the best efforts of Agamemnon's army. So, the men of Greece attacked the allies of Troy instead, burning and looting their cities and ravishing their women. It was at one such event that a quarrel occurred which would change forever the course of the battle, drawing it to a fiery close that had been nearly a decade in coming. Achilles and his men had attacked the city of Lyrnessus, taking as their prize 2 beautiful young women, Chryseis, who was chosen by Agamemnon, and Briseis, who became Achilles. When it was discovered that the maiden Chryseis was a priestess of Apollo, a plague struck the camp, and Agamemnon was forced to return her to the temple. This he did, but upon his return, he stealthily lured Briseis from the camp of Achilles and took her as his own. Achilles was so enraged and disgusted by this act that he threw down his armor and swore that he would no longer fight for such men, no better than pigs as they were. Achilles was a fighter beyond compare, and his absence pressed upon the Trojans an unexpected advantage. But the years of war had taken their toll, and the warriors on both sides had grown tired of the hostility. A peaceful end was sought, and Hector appeared, bravely suggesting that Menelaus and Paris fight a duel in order to decide the fate of Helen. This course was considered fair, and the 2 men engaged in a battle. Swords clashed, and many maidens fainted at the sight of 2 such glorious men tempting death so readily, so easily. They were well matched, but Menelaus had the power of a grudge that had festered for many years, and with this advantage, he pinned Paris to the walls of his city, determined to take his self-seeking life. But Aphrodite could stand the battle no longer, and Paris's life was a sacrifice she would not allow. With flowing locks and gowns, she descended upon the fighters, her beauty lighting their faces, filling their hearts with surprise and calm. And it was then she struck, hiding her beloved behind a cloud and pulling him to safety behind the city walls. Menelaus looked on in amazement. So close had he come after all these years, to reclaiming his bride. And here the gods took them as their playthings, changing the course of fate of mortal lives on a whim. He cried out in rage, a call that was heard by the rest of the gods, and which opened up a wound that would not be healed until the end of the war was in sight. Thetis screamed for justice for her son Achilles, and Apollo fell with the defenders, making them strong. Zeus had taken the side of the invaders, who in their eager fury wounded both Ares and Aphrodite, spilling the immortal blood. The Greeks continued to fight, and in a night raid managed to take the life of Rhesus, capturing the white horses which he was taking to the Trojans under the cover of darkness. Apollo swooped down to encourage the Trojan forces, and they repaid this travesty by burning some of the Greek ships which had been moored in the harbor. And as the fleet burned and threatened the lives of the Greek army, Patroclus, the great friend of Achilles, appeared in his friend's armor and frightened the Trojans into retreat. Forgetting himself and confident in the armor of Greece's greatest warrior, Patroclus leapt to the top of the Trojan walls, sending their army into panic that was calmed only by Apollo. Once more, this great god took the side of the Trojans, and knowing that this brave warrior was none other than Patroclus, he winded him, knocking from his body the sword and shield which protected him. Patroclus called out in anguish, begging for mercy, his bravado shorn from him along with the armor. But Hector stepped in and killed Patroclus with one single blow. The roar of the Greeks wakened the slumbering Achilles, who had thrust from his mind all thought of the battle. Word of the death of his dear friend soon reached him, and he sprang into action, crying out for revenge, which struck terror in the hearts of all who heard him. He trembled with rage, his blood coursing through his veins as he flexed his mighty muscles. New armor was summoned, and he dressed quickly, making his way to Troy without delay. And again, the gods chose to intervene. As the terrified Trojans retreated into their city, the river god of Scamander produced a wall of water that held back the murderous aggressor. This act was met by Hephaestus, who immediately stepped in to dry the waters with a flaming torch. And with a lust for revenge more invincible than the brave Achilles himself, he fought on, searching out the unfortunate Hector and slaying all who crossed his path. Sweat gleamed on his brow which was furrowed with determination. Achilles presented a picture of such manly beauty that many of his opponents were stopped in their tracks, transfixed by this vision of glorious power. And when Hector saw Achilles, he too stopped dead and bowed down, determined to fight him hand to hand, until he saw that fiery gleam in Achilles' eye, and he knew that this marauder and his army meant his own certain death. He turned on his heels and tried to run, but Achilles was stronger and more powerful. 3 times they ran around the walls of the city, Hector becoming weaker, more frightened as they ran. And then Achilles caught him, and pinning him like a rabbit to the wall with his sword, howled a mighty cry, then thrust his sword through Hector and killed him at once. The Trojans moaned and wailed for their lost leader, stopping the battle briefly to mourn before swearing vengeance and carrying on more furiously than before. Achilles was unstoppable. When Penthesilea brought her Amazon women to help the Trojans, Achilles killed her. And then Thersites, the nasty politician, was struck down by Achilles' powerful fist. The invincible Achilles fought on, never tiring, never losing his composure, his cunning. Then Memnon arrived with a troop of Ethiopians, putting the favor of the gods once more with the Trojans, who allowed their forces to be increased so heavily. But Achilles enraged, and he called upon Zeus to judge between himself and Memnon, to reverse the damage done by these visiting troops. But Memnon was out of favor with the king of gods, and Achilles was presented with a sword with which to slay the Ethiopian. And when he died, his followers turned immediately to birds and followed him to his rocky tomb on the neck of the island. Achilles continued on, more boastful than ever, never losing a battle, never missing a stroke with his mighty sword. And it was then that the gods lost patience, and irritated by his show of pride, they stepped in once again. Apollo had not yet repaid Achilles for the death of Tenes. Now was his chance. Guiding the hand of Paris, an arrow was directed to the heel of Achilles, the only part of his body which was not invincible. Achilles died immediately. For a time, the Greeks were weakened by the death of their hero, their determination dwindling, their lust for battle dead. But as they mourned their forsaken leader, a new resolve grew in their hearts. And after a solemn funeral, at which Achilles was awarded the highest of honors, they regrouped to plan their revenge. If their heart had been cut from them, their mind still functioned. They were supremely competent strategists, extremely confident aggressors. Menelaus appeared to remind them once again of the reason for their battle, and thus, inspired, they set out, deciding whom should take on the arms of Achilles. Agamemnon chose Odysseus for his intelligence and courage, but Ajax the Greater was steeped in jealousy, knowing his strength was greater than that of Odysseus beyond all doubt. He swore to avenge against Odysseus, but Athene, always a friend of Odysseus, persuaded him in another direction, and thinking he was murdering Odysseus and his troops, he slaughtered instead a flock of sheep. Convinced of his own madness, Ajax took his own life, another untimely and worrying loss to the Greeks. The war now had gone on too long. Zeus had planned it from the beginning to end, but now he stopped to appraise, to ensure that the balance was correct. Troy must fall, he decreed, but it could not be achieved without the bow and arrows from the quiver of Hercules, and without the presence of Achilles' son, far away in Skyros. The Greeks moved swiftly, and as they set about summoning Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, from his home, they were warned of one final condition, without which the war could not be won. The Palladium, the large wooden statue, must be removed from the city, for she guarded the gates and protected from all invaders. Odysseus began to plan. Philoctetes was rescued from his terrible ordeal on Lemnos, his wounds long since cleared. He had trained his mind while he waited impatiently to be saved, and he was anxious to fight, to use the bow of the great Hercules in battle. He lifted it now, spitting on his palms as he did so, and feeding a poisoned arrow into the string of the bow. With a shriek that released the years of torturous loneliness and pain, he sent the arrow straight to its mark, at the neck of the handsome Paris, who was felled at once. And so Neoptolemus, dressed in his father's armor, a shaking, frightened youth, with no knowledge of war, no interest in fighting. But he took courage from the dress of his father, and he rose to the challenge, calmly leading his restored army towards the gates of Troy. Odysseus was busy elsewhere, dressed as a miserly beggar. With the help of Athene and Diomedes, he talked himself through the gates of the great city, where he fell upon the sleeping guards of the Palladium with such speed and grace that not one person in the entire city knew of his treachery. And on his stomach, he crawled far from the city, through a vermin-ridden drain, where he struggled through a sewage and mud to reach his army on the other side, the Palladium drawn triumphantly behind him. Troy was on the verge of defeat. The Palladium no longer cast its splendid power over the city, and without that advantage, and with the minds of such cunning men as Odysseus to contend, there was no hope. But still, she stood firm against the invaders, until Odysseus, with the help of Athene once again, came up with a final plan. The craftsman Epius was commissioned to build an enormous wooden horse, the inside of which was hollowed out to hold 50 warriors. Agamemnon chose his greatest men to ride in its belly, and then gathering up the remainder of his fleet, he made as if to sail away, leaving the bay at Troy, but travelling only round the bend of the land, where he waited with anticipation and many prayers. Sinon was left behind on land, and as expected, he was taken prisoner by the Trojans, who wondered at their sudden luck. Sinon feigned fury at his colleagues, who had left him behind, and taking the side of the Trojans, he wormed his way into their affections, into their grace, so that when he suggested they take into their walls the wooden horse, they did so, marveling at its inscription, a thank offering to Athene for our safe return home. Again, it was Cassandra who spoke out against the enemy's soldier, proclaiming that the horse brought nothing but death and final disaster for the city. The prophet Laocoon agreed with her, but as he made his way to the palace to warn the king, he was strangled by 2 serpents who leapt from the sea and disappeared once they had finished their deadly task. And the great horse was dragged into the city, into the temple of Athene, where it was wreathed with ribbons and festooned with garlands of herbs. The Trojans feasted that night, reveling and celebrating the end of a war that had taken quite a small toll, despite its very long duration. Inside the wooden horse, the men of Greece laid quietly, waiting for darkness to fall, for their opportunity to strike. Helen alone remained suspicious, knowing that the Greeks were too clever, too ambitious to give in before the bitter end, and she held a grudging admiration for their daring, whatever it may be. She suspected the horse, And late in the evening, she slipped into the darkened temple and called out in the voices of the wives of the men inside, tempting them to come out and be reunited. Only the shrewd Odysseus guessed her trick, and holding his hand over the mouth of each hero who was addressed in a false voice, he kept them quiet. And soon Helen went away. The Trojan men were drunk and sleepy when the men slid away from the horse on ropes they had prepared earlier. And it was by moonlight, when the city was glowing with a numbing slumber, that the massacre of the Trojans began. King Priam was murdered as he crossed his courtyard. Menelaus went straight to the chambers of his errant wife, who bowed her head and spoke words of such regret, such honest remorse, that the determination in Menelaus was stilled, and he reached out to her and held her again in his arms, transfixed by her beauty, a slave to her love once more. All was forgiven, and he carried Helen to his ship, where she was welcomed into the arms of the Greeks, her fair face disarming them. The plundering of Troy continued. Women were taken as prizes by the men of Greece, who had for so long starved of female companionship. Cassandra was taken by Agamemnon, and Neoptolemus, who had grown in his weeks with the army to become a noble youth, took Hector's widow, Andromache. Polyxena was sacrificed at the tomb of Achilles to appease his ghost. Aeneas was wounded fatally, but the gods swooped to him and healed him. Apollo urged him to challenge the marauders, but Poseidon spoke softly to him, professing a day when he would rule Troy. And so Aeneas left the burning city, losing his wife in the escape, his subsequent travels becoming the subject of Roman legends and Virgil's flawless Aeneid. Queen Hecabe sat in her tower window watching the massacre, the deaths of her family, her colleagues, her servants, and their children. And when Odysseus took her as his own, her prowls of pure despair reached to the heavens, and she was transformed magically into a dog, whose barks could be heard on the shores of Troy for all eternity. Troy was broken. Its streets seeped in the blood of generations of warriors, its walls finally scaled and broken, pouring out the goodwill and good luck that had been held in her embrace since the very beginning. She was set alight by zealous Greeks, a blazing beacon to all who knew her, her heart beating no longer. And so it was that Helen returned to Sparta with Menelaus, where they were reunited. Other great heroes went their separate ways, many returning to glory, carrying the spoils of their victory in treasure-laden ships. Still, others met with disaster on their voyage home. But those are other stories, legends which were spawned by the War of Troy. And the great city of Troy was dead, her fires glowing for all to see, a warning to lovers and to the men of war, which would live in their memories for the rest of time.